Hello, Governor. How you doing, Lewis? Welcome back. All set up. Hello, guys. How's it going, HatCHeTHaZ, and welcome back to the channel. But yeah, I experienced a little problem there because I was streaming, just about to start streaming, and it wouldn't come up on my YouTube. It wasn't streaming for some strange reason. Anyway. So yes, we are back with Metal Gear, part 9 I believe we are on now. Apologies for not streaming for the past few days because I've been in work 3 days on the trot. So yeah, I've been pretty tired. But now I have 4 days off. Yes! So let's continue. Apologies as well for wearing a gown because I'm a bit chilly. Keep myself warm. Right, where the frig are we up to?
Welcome home, boss.
How did you know I was in the shower, you perv?
Let us know if you need supplies, boss.
I was wondering why it was taking a while for you to come up on my notifications. Right. Shall we listen to some tapes, or shall we just get right to the nitty-gritty?
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone.
Roger.
Landing zone.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Wow, wow, wow. Hello. Guess you could listen to some tapes. Yeah, I could. Wow, wow, wow. I did try reinstalling the Warriors and Manhunt again, considering the big system update it had. Plus, it had another update a couple of days later, but sadly, still experiencing the same problems. Okay. We're taking the piss.
I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at least. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West envelops the world.
Because you're with it.
Last much longer. Once the Cold War ends, and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface.
Because
it's not difficult to imagine that the
they probably can't be asked.
will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching?
Apparently, there's a list of the games that you can't play properly, it does experience problems. Obviously I haven't got all of them, but the ones I've experienced problems with is Manhunt the Warriors, Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition. I really wanted to play that one for you guys, because I did play a good couple of hours of that and I really did enjoy it. But and another one which was a huge surprise was Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. Even you can't play that on the PS5 properly. And apparently one of the games that I saw on the list as well was Batman Arkham City, which was a bit gutted.
Differs from the Black Anna's beautiful, an azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery, meaning place in Neshone has its roots in the
well, they've announced a couple of games for the Classics collection, Classics catalogue, should I say. I believe there's only 2. I think one of them was a Ridge Racer game, and the other one was Siphon Filter Dark Mirror. So those come out on Tuesday, I believe. So I'll definitely be getting Siphon Filter, considering I never played that one, which would be pretty entertaining to play. But I believe it's the PSP version. I think it came out on the PS2 as well, so God knows why they decided to do the PSP version, unless they do, you can choose between the two, a PSP and or the PS2 version. I don't know, because with the previous Siphon Filter games that we've played, you can switch between the PAL version and the American versions.
That is English. Cipher need not even focus attention on smaller languages.
Yeah, you're right. You're right there, Lewis. We have, but I enjoy them. I enjoy the Siphon Filter games, but the Dark Mirror one I've never played. So that'll be a new game for me, guys.
Every area of global society. I can see this when I look at young Dene. Some of them have already.
But yeah, they really do need to get the fingers out of their asses and put some more classics on it. Not just 2 or 3. You need to do a full batch. Or do a couple of months or a few months of just classics catalogue games. None of this, you know, big AAA games that they announce every month, you know what I mean?
That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for
diversity
to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel?
Babel.
Cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words.
I mean, I'd love to have the OG Resident Evils on there again, number 2 and 3. Medal of Honor games. Dino Crisis. Tomb Raiders. They've got a huge catalogue of classics. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2. Oh, they'd make a ton of money if they started bringing out these classics. Metal Gear, exactly. But having said that though, Metal Gear, I don't know how you did figure out how to do the another Psycho Mantis fight, considering you need to have the second controller, but I don't know how that would work on a PS4, PS5.
That the parasites themselves did not produce sounds.
Sure, I don't know. I don't really know about that one.
Man, do it for them. Once secure on the human
But
host vocal
I bet
cords,
Konami could fix that, you know what I mean, and just tweak it a little bit so you can just play it just on the one controller.
something like a warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other host pharynxes need only wait upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate. Manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through his host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords. The male was waiting, and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated
Spit in my
his
mouth.
host, but it was probably through smell. Smells traveled directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts.
Stimulator, is that what you call it?
This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between
What she's doing right now.
parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but
The mannequin
I mean, it's
dance,
Konami, innit?
the
So I don't know.
firefly's luminescence pattern, even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival. Those individuals that excel in them produce offspring.
But I did see a story regarding Konami. Apparently they've
The same was true of
updated the
vocal cord
trademark or
parasites.
something, but people are
Courtship
suggesting it might be related to
vocalization and
Castlevania.
intonations became more
But,
sophisticated.
you
In
know,
order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs.
pachinko machine.
Lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein that, due to its appearance, is called
It's like with this supposed Metal Gear 3 remake. I mean,
FOXP2.
they've got
Activating this
quite a bit of it
transcription
already, haven't they?
factor
Considering all the cutscenes are made in the Fox engine, what they did for the pachinko machines. So,
this was the pinnacle of the vocal cord parasite's prosperity.
I don't know, Captain.
However, this sophisticated pronunciation control was too useful for man to ignore. Once human sexual activity ceased to be only seasonal, and having lost pigment-based sexual characteristics, distinctive vocalizations became the most effective means for humans to attract mates as well. Combined with logic pathways hardwired into the
Exactly,
brain,
just design the rest of the game.
it was not long before advanced communication was possible. This was the birth of...
Well, apparently they're
language.
supposed to be at
Luckily
the
for man,
E3 event,
around
aren't they?
this
So,
time that a particular retrovirus
whether
was
we'll get some
circulating.
news there, I don't know.
While not lethal, it infected not only man, but the vocal cord parasites as well. It is presumed that this virus removed part of the parasite's DNA and reverse transcribed it into man's reproductive cells. It was a vector. Among the genes it transcribed were the ones responsible for the production of language. The vocal cord parasite's vocalization genes were written into the human genome. The parasites were no longer of any use to man now. Man could use his voice as he pleased when he pleased, hindering the parasite's courtship vocalizations.
Ooh, bend
Having
over, girl.
lost their opportunity to reproduce, the parasites died out, leaving behind only the transcribed genes. The vocal cord parasites were once in symbiosis with man. Its genes became a part of his.
Symbiosis.
Humans and parasites are extremely close. As such, it will be extremely difficult for man's immune system to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. Even cutting them out will be no simple matter. which is exactly why these ethnic cleansing parasites are such a formidable weapon. The rise of the vocal cord parasites goes back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. At that time, they were not parasites, but predatory autotrophs. They are believed to have been the common ancestor to the Pentastomida and the Cyclops genus of copepods. However, Earth's environment underwent a violent change at the end of the Permian period. The cause is unclear, but evidence suggests that over 90% of the Earth's organisms at that time died out. The most pronounced threat to the proto-parasites was the severe reduction in oxygen concentration. The result was cladogenesis, a splitting that gave birth to a new strain that could parasitize other organisms' respiratory apparatus. This survival tactic helped lower their oxygen consumption, and inhabiting the throat kept them securely in contact with inhaled air. The best survivors were those that parasitized the reptiles that flourished at the time. Entering the Triassic period, the reptiles
so much exposition.
the proto-parasites shared in their success. Dinosaurs developed respiratory organs called air sacs to adapt to the low oxygen environment. These in particular helped the proto-parasites thrive. But another trial awaited them. The end of the Triassic period saw another drastic change in the Earth's environment. For most parasites, the male and female take the same host. Many are, in fact, hermaphrodites. Originally, the vocal cord parasites were as well. But for any strain to ride out a severe environmental change, it must secure a steady pool of genetic diversity. Another split. Now the newest strain procreated with mates found in other hosts. And in order to increase its encounters with those mates, the new strain utilized the voice of its host. They came to inhabit the host's vocal cords. This truly was the birth of the vocal cord parasite. The parasites developed the host's pharynx to form resonating chambers and used them to produce sophisticated mating calls. The relatively upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped pharynx was more suited to the development of resonating chambers. These developments ushered in
quite lengthy, these tapes, aren't they? Not quiet.
But for the third time, the parasites had a major hurdle to overcome. The meteorite impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs. With their hosts extinct, the parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds, as genetic successors to the dinosaurs, with functioning air sac apparatus already in place. Birds were the perfect choice. But the parasites did not survive in birds.
Sounds like it's burping.
At high altitudes with thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to produce sophisticated sounds. The syrinx responsible for chirping. This is the proof that points to activation of FOXP2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with a rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have already described. people took the vocalizing prowess given them by the parasites and made it language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers Project was sure to succeed. After all, the parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet, it is what I have done.
Oh, stop it. Right, I think that's enough tapes for now, because it's been a while, because we need to get back into the game.
Please select heading to Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, yes please.
Deploying.
Extract the soldier. Give the picture back to Paz. Bing. Close that door, it's freezing! Excuse me.
Be careful down there, boss.
Okay.
Marker placed.
Marker placed. Where, oh where could he be? Make it a bit easy.
Enemy craft detected. The map has been updated.
Enemy presence detected. What? Where are you? Yoing. Where, oh where could you be?
Enemy presence been updated.
I see you.
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
I shall try. Fuck. Oops. Ah. Would have been easier just to play the music, wouldn't it?
Clouds approaching.
Fire in the hole!
Has been updated.
Blind! Kazim! Where did you go? Oh, fuck it. Cassette tapes. There we go. Not doing too bad, Kazim. Ow. Yoink.
Fire-up completed.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You believe I had to pay for Bioshock 1 and 2 just so I can have them separated instead of in one bundle, even though I already paid for them 3 years ago. Alright. Well, when I got the Bioshock collection, all 3 games you get to download them individually.
Please select support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
It's your birthday. Nice.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
I think we will be streaming Siphon Filter Dark Mirror on Tuesday. Yeah, boy.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Thank you.
Side ops list updated.
On the sale.
Please select a landing zone.
Well, if you put me there.
Heading to Mother Base.
Wormholes. Cool. Na, 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 na. Yeah, I did read about that earlier tonight, actually.
Welcome back, boss.
All right.
Oh, Snake!
Yo.
What is it, Snake?
All right.
I wonder what he thinks of me.
I did not know that. I thought it was going to be
Maybe
PS5
he's
one.
angry. There is something I am hiding from Chico. Or I thought there was. It was.
Question is, what is the game going to be?
And then no, that is not right. But I am an angel of peace. I am a student. My head, it hurts.
Yoing. PF grade. Will they go back to the old routes, or will it be another mature game? I don't know.
Please select landing zone.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. squad. On station at LZ.
Yeah, I do think with The Last of Us 3, I do think they'll probably hold off until PS6 comes out. I was going to say something else about Naughty Dog as well, but it's gone. I know, Lewis. I know.
Please select a mission.
Please select a mission, Captain. Yes, please.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
Africa.
Deploying.
Apparently, rumours going around now that the PS5 Pro might get released next year. I wonder if they'll do what they've done with the PSVR 2, that you can only buy it at PlayStation website.
Mom.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent a predictive route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Could be anywhere.
Be careful down there, boss.
Yeah, I heard that too. Apparently they had to confirm it because of what Microsoft have done about something, I don't know. Fire support.
Please select a strike point.
Well, follow it. Follow it. No, okay. Fine.
There's a put that fucking drive there.
Kill them!
Kill them all.
Oh shit. Way. Yes, please. Oi, come here. Way, okay. Hurry!
Extraction arrived.
Pew pew! Shame I can't hijack it like Grand Theft Auto. Ow.
Boss, what happened? Boss!
Extract the tanks. Cool.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Maybe going to the cinema. Ooh. What you watching? Extract the tanks. Climb up! Scream! Checkpoint, yes please. I think I'll get to the point of Sony becoming like Apple and releasing a new and slightly improved console every year. Can you imagine?
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Please select supplies requested.
Give me tank.
Fire.
Vehicle drop complete.
Your future wife is not in touch. Come on, sit there.
Extraction arrived in progress.
Ah, fuck.
Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
I did, it won't let me for some reason. Ow.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake? Snake!
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Try again. Oh yeah. Thank you.
Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
Ah, you bastard.
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Whoa.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the Your job is to wipe them out. You captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicles you've extracted airdropped in. You can also let members of the combat unit use them on dispatch missions. For the details.
Bye. Oh yeah, I can't wait for John Wick 4.
Boss, come in. Boss? Boss!
Shut up.
North of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. You captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicles you've extracted airdropped in. You can also let members of the combat unit use them on dispatch missions. Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details. Nice work. You gotta extract him.
Bye.
Nice work, boss. Your targets are almost history.
Fire! Cover me!
Extraction have arrived at the mother base.
Fucking rocks. Making me slip.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Aimbot.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Really? A helicopter? You're taking the piss?
That's an enemy gunship.
No shit.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
Shit. Yeah, I could have, but anyway. Woo!
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
That sped off like Speedy Gonzales. Me. Or Roadrunner.
They are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Bye.
Just one target left. Just one target left.
Hey! You missed!
Supply drop. Weapon.
No.
Please select the drop point supplies requested.
Pew pew pew! Ow! Run like a motherfucker! Wrong one. Not it. Oh shit. That hurt you, bitch. Yeah, now. Yeah. Keep still, you motherfucker. Yeah, boy!
You completed the objective. Now get out of there.
Post captured.
Outpost captured. I captured an outpost. That's pretty sweet. Ooh. Get it. Get the fucking note. God's sake. How come you won't let me get it? Fuck's sake. No. Fine. Wake up.
You gotta extract him. Talk.
The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
The map has been updated.
Over. Always one more.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I don't care about hand grenades.
You gotta extract him.
Oh.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Ooh!
Speak.
The map has been updated.
Where are all these enemies coming from now?
Subject on board.
Enemy
Leave the rest to us.
detected. The map has been updated.
Spit it out.
They don't tell me anything. Bullshit. Fuck.
You gotta extract him.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Yeah, boy.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
Ooh, an A. Boom, boom, boom. Skip.
Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
And then work with him. Oh, work with him, should I say. That little shit. Give him some truth serum.
Your father's not here.
They're back.
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. Hell, even see the boss, too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick then?
Not quite. Military warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill.
Quite posh, isn't he, really?
I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance.
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
Hello again.
I'm not like you!
Oh, nostalgia.
Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Bit. Later. Didn't know I could fucking fly.
Really an accident. Or did
Mind
he
you,
like to tell
Psycho
to
Mantis
start
could
the
be drawing
boys?
it, couldn't it?
Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along. Bidding farewell to the world.
Right, well, first things first, a shower. Get them covered in blood.
Boss, we're looking for the kids in Sahalanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids?
Excuse
We
me.
don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli,
Les enfants
finish looking into
terribles.
whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape. Give it a listen.
Okay.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. I learned of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Foundation. It was little more than a theory. The question was, Why does only Homo sapiens among all primates have highly developed language?
Never find them in a mission.
Human.
Ah, right.
The missing link between these was the mystery that gave rise
God
to this
damn you,
theory.
Konami.
I was fascinated by the idea of their existence. In the Dene creation myth, the Neyo Dene, who first inhabited the world, were insect-like creatures.
It's not really the definitive experience then, is it, Konami?
Creatures could be humans living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites, but I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is when Skullface came to me. What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasites really existed. And
Yeah, I can understand why
they had already been brought
Hideo
back to life
is
in the
pretty
modern
pissed.
age. An ancient human cadaver, host to
Considering that's
parasites
probably
of the time.
a major plot point in the game.
Excavated such a
And they cut
cadaver
it.
from a permafrost region and isolated the DNA coding of the vocal cord parasites. Naturally, they were long dead and could not be brought back, but there was an alternate vessel they could use. A relative species of the Pentastomida discovered in China. It had adapted to live in the nasal
China.
cavity of animal hosts,
Trump would say.
but its genetic sequence showed signs of common ancestry with the vocal cord parasites. Ontogenesis, a path of an organism to maturity, is like a roadmap of the phylogenetic evolution of the entire strain. Cypher used this to effect a reverse evolution of the modern parasite and resurrect the vocal cord parasites. They interposed a developmental mechanism to the ontogenetic stage analogous to when the relative species first appeared. The point at which it split from the vocal cord parasites, forcing its evolution down the other path, the vocal cord parasite path. The larvae this produced by the vocal cord parasites, reborn. I do not know in detail how Cypher accomplished this, but clearly they have access to high-level genetic technologies. Skullface said it was the work of a genius woman scientist, and that the relative species in question was first discovered by a group once called the Philosophers. I was tasked
The
with modifying
Philosophers.
the resurrected parasites. He charged me with two demands. First, to add lethality to these organisms that had once lived in peace with man, by unleashing the larvae's latent desire to consume nutrients from the host's lung tissue, making them eat and eat until the lungs were destroyed. Second, to have both male and female inhabit the same host and copulate then and there, only when exposed to specific pronunciations continuously over an extended time. What he would do to the Dene if I failed.
Dene.
I had no choice. Originally, the ultimate objective of the ethnic cleansing parasite project was the identification of not only
Ah, goddammit.
languages, but of actual cultures. Language is deeply connected to ethnicity, but many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups, and confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser elements were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups, or parasites, using cows as their intermediate host
Cow.
would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission.
Droplet.
It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasite originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexia parasite. The left temporoparietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of the English language. They wished to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is in the left middle frontal gyrus, meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, their literacy would be unaffected. Old and new, east and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do.
Hello.
HatCHE.
What?
You disappoint me. Have you forgotten my face?
Leave me be.
You won't respond to anyone else, so I figured it must be me you wanted to see. But now you won't even look at me.
Have I not suffered enough?
Not until you've eased my suffering first. To tell you the truth, old man, I'm in a bit of a bind. It's about your children. You know what I mean? The parasites. The ones that infect a man's throat, killing him if he speaks their language.
They must not be allowed to multiply.
You are allowed to live only in order to help me. But you don't want to, do you?
No.
So why not choose death instead?
Because it can't be
Because you want
arsed.
to protect the Diné and their land from me. That's your purpose, isn't it? Don't lose sight of that now. It's in your interest to cooperate. Because if you don't,
Madness.
the parasites can't detect your people's tongue. So I'll just have to resort to more heavy-handed means. I have the greatest respect
excuse
for your
me.
people. I would rather avoid such a thing, but we don't always get our way. I was born a tiny mote in a mighty tempest, and until those winds abate, all I can choose is how to act when they blow me this way or that. Tell me, code talker, what happens to a man infected with a pair of your parasites? Can they be removed? Can the full-blown symptoms be prevented?
It is impossible to remove the parasites alone. They have too close an affinity with humans.
Then how do you stop the symptoms from developing? All right. I was hoping for an answer now, but perhaps you just need a little more time. I'll be back soon.
I'll be back.
I've set up shop, not far from here. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other.
If you're close by, then it is almost complete.
We're in the final phases. All that's left is to see if I can actually disable a nuke, with the help of your metallic archaea. Once that's done, I won't have to return here again, and your suffering will end, as will your people's. We're almost finished, Code Talker, each in our own way.
My only regret will be not finishing you.
There's nothing stopping you. I'm only alive because you want me that way.
Ridiculous.
As you wish. My regret is this misunderstanding between us. You and I, our goal is the same. We should be working together. A symbiosis.
You do not know my mind. I simply want the Diné bloodline to endure.
Really now? You're just another mote in the storm. How you react to all the slings and arrows, that's what counts. That's why you call those squirming monsters your children.
What I have done is forbidden. Forgive me, all of you.
The world should be left the way it is. You of all men should know that.
Then why are you doing what you're doing then, Skullface, if you want the world to stay as it is?
Forgive me, but my schedule has changed.
Fucking hell, 10 minutes.
The time for grace and good manners has now run out.
Please. Torture will not work on me. Surely you know this.
Oh, I have no intention of getting rough with you. You haven't been beaten. Your hands aren't even tied. Just like me, you live in symbiosis with countless parasites. What wounds I might inflict, they'll patch right up. You might feel considerable pain, but I've no doubt you can withstand it.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I have a soldier standing outside. Nothing special about him, except that he always obeys. I have given him one instruction. Whenever I ring this bell, he passes on a message for me. That message is simply, go.
What is this?
After that, though, it gets complicated. The message will arrive at a room, a little bigger than this one, nothing special. Some of your people are in this room, surrounded by my men.
Enough of this.
They pick them at random. No regard for age, gender. In that, I suppose, they're different from you. Not as discriminating. They tied them up, one by one, blindfolded them. We had to maintain order, you understand?
You bastard.
Go. When they hear that, my men will pick one of your people and infect them with a parasite. Your parasite.
It won't work on my people.
True. The vocal cord parasite doesn't respond to your language. But what about English?
An English strain. It exists.
A ring of this bell, and they infect one person. If that person abandons the Navajo language, the English strain will trigger symptoms.
You monster.
So, it's quite simple. Every time I ring the bell, another of your people is infected.
Don't do this.
I don't want to do this. I'd rather not have to ring the bell, which is why I'm hoping you will talk to me.
What do you want? What else could you possibly want?
You know the answer to that. How to prevent the symptoms caused by the parasite.
You cannot control it like some slave. Forget the idea.
Forget it? Unlikely.
I will never tell you. What have you done?
You made me do that.
You black-hearted...
settle down.
Don't use it again.
Well, that is up to you. All you need to do is tell me what I want. How to prevent the vocal cord parasite's symptoms.
Why? Why do you need to know?
The adult soldiers at Amasa are all dead.
What?
The parasite traveled downstream.
How?
It would appear that he was involved. Another demon who woke up from 9 years of slumber. As a result, the vocal cord parasite spread through the village.
I told you this would happen.
It was an unfortunate accident. He is becoming an annoyance. He may stumble upon the truth sooner or later, but I suppose that is really of no consequence. One day, he too will pay for what he has done.
Black Anna. The real demon is you.
You know, this incident made me realize something. You are right. I should have acted with more humility. These creatures cannot be controlled. All the more reason I require a means to stop them.
There is no such way.
Oh, really?
Wait! Don't ring it again.
It is up to you. Out with it.
I see now. There must be more to it than that.
What?
They are in you. You use this land to breed more of my children.
Bloody chat not
just
working
here.
again.
No. In pursuit of your ethnic cleansers, you sifted through many language strains, finding hosts, breeding more and more. You would have been infected in the process. Infected with countless strains. Most likely your mother tongues as well. Romania, Northern Transylvania.
Blah,
You
blah, blah.
found that one too. Yes, the Hungarian strain that responds to the CK's dialect.
Silence!
Black Anna. It is you who shall pay.
Is this your retaliation, old man?
Let my people go and never bother them again. You heard me. What now? What? No! What are you doing?
I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me. Meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me. But that suits me fine. If need be, I myself can produce whatever strain is needed.
And that means nothing to you. If you are infected, you can never again speak your mother tongue. Otherwise you will die. As will every one of your countrymen.
A few words here and there won't trigger the symptoms. And besides, the time is not yet right to show this face in my homeland. Not until my revenge is complete. Now...
Revenge!
Stop!
We're out of time. I have to get going. Well...
No! Radiation. It's radiation.
Radiation, of course. So it can be used.
But how much? I do not know.
Radiation denatures their reproductive cells, preventing them from mating.
Same principle as the sterilization technique. The reproductive cells are more sensitive to radiation than the rest of the body. But I have not tested it. There is no telling what mutation could result. or how the host may be affected. Not to mention what could happen if this is done post-infection.
I don't care. This plan goes into action now. As long as it works, the details can wait. You wouldn't be lying to me, of course, old man.
I can guarantee nothing.
I owe you my life. My body has been burned on countless occasions, but it survives, thanks to your children. That is why I trust you.
Then do not repeat my mistake.
What's that?
In the West, it is said that the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In the East, it is said the man of flesh brings spiritual power to words. The people knew back then that these creatures carry the gospel. They do not belong in our hands. They must not be touched.
How enlightening. I'll remember that. Consider this my thanks.
What are you?
Catch.
No!
Well then, I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker.
There is no soldier.
Huh. Now where did he run off to?
Huh?
Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought.
There never was any soldier.
So long.
You! How dare you!
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on board. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare.
Torture
That's
machine.
what gets the answers.
Press the circle button.
It's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back. Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next, he'll be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap,
Mm-hmm.
and explosives made using detergents. And get this, the explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't going to kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli,
he needs some very special care.
You mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages? They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
Right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Boss, they're just kids. We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like. That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. But before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible. Boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell what he's thinking. All we know for sure is his men are important to him. That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you've brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same. Boss, go get that last kid. You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him.
I guess they got a message to him somehow.
Eli wasn't put in the corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world.
Then how'd he find out?
It's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena.
Psi?
Things like psychokinesis and ESP. Extrasensory perception.
You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what card somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West.
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through nonverbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, psi research isn't some hocus pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific...
There's gotta be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back.
I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss.
How am I supposed to do that?
If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base. For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That brat got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. With those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet. Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us.
We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream science yet, but the concepts and procedures are sound. Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him, I did a double take. But it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone. Though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Roger. Even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe we suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first.
Getting altitude. About Eli hijacking Sahelanthropus. We know how he got it moving. It was Emmerich. He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
Which one? That one? Oh, I know.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure, easily.
It wouldn't work.
Well, I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work.
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in. It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim, and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around.
Dun dun dun.
Please select a mission. Please select a land heading to Afghanistan.
Well.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Now you tell me. Bloody anywhere.
kid. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Fire completed.
You gonna extract him?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a mission. Please the landing zone.
Roger.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
Mother Base.
Boss, welcome back.
Snake! What is it, Snake? Football. I joined in. And there's Huey refereeing. He said, we have forsaken our countries and become one with the earth. It is good being here together with everyone, you know? It was... And then no, that is not right. But I am an angel of peace. I am a student. I am so tired. I will just lie here a while.
God damn, she's always tired. Meow meow meow. Dun 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 dun. Yoing.
Please the landing zone.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Skullface, real name unknown. Born in Hungary, more specifically northern Transylvania, after it reverted to Hungary from Romania. While he was
Dracula.
young, the country allied with Germany as part of the Axis powers, but later during the war, it came under Soviet occupation. The Hungarians struggled for independence, but the Soviets came down. Hard. Just like he said, time and again the country was ruled by a foreign tongue. When he was a young boy, he lost his native language, the bedrock for any developing child. His country, his family, his face, his identity, everything was stolen from him. All he had left was his skull. Skullface first tried his hand at espionage during all the chaos from the war. Agents, military officials, and soldiers who operated out of Hungary during the war vanished over the course of several months. This Soviet spy hunt rocked the counter-intel world. Mysterious fatal illnesses, accidental deaths, drownings, people having strokes behind closed doors. Just like Stalin, no one knew who was behind it. But all you need to do was look for who had the motive. They were all taken out by a man without a face. And now we've got
Slender
an idea
Man.
of how he did it too. He'd gotten revenge for his people, but he wasn't finished. Skullface defected to the west, eventually ended up with the SAS. That's where he met Zero. It's possible he began planning this whole thing back then. It's hard to say. In any case, Zero made him his XO. He always did have a thing for oddballs. But this one was set to lead a unit no one else would know about. When Zero created Fox, he also formed XOF as a support team. An unconventional special forces unit designed to support Fox, make it stronger, with Skullface giving the orders. Zero never even told the boss about it, nor the CIA, naturally. If Fox was Zero Silver Bullet, XOF was the recoil when he pulled the trigger. Just like Newton's third law. While you were with Fox, Skullface was operating behind the scenes. Sometimes as your backup, sometimes as a mole or a scout, sometimes as your cleanup crew. Fox's tale, making sure the mission succeeded and that you survived. We only have his word to go on, but Skullface's goal was revenge against those who'd use language to subjugate people. Those corrupting a people's identity by forcing a new tongue on them. Those using the power of language to control information. Naturally, that set his sights on Zero. To Zero, English was simply the most convenient code. But to Skullface, English was a parasite. And by eradicating it, he'd stop the world from being eaten away. If that didn't work, he was ready to see the world scorched by nuclear fire. To save language, culture, and race from annihilation. He was willing to overstep the hands of the doomsday clock. That is, of course, if you believe anything he had to say. We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad, then Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless, he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or,
I'm reading your memory card.
Desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The Third Boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world, triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching it. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the Third Boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The Man on Fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the Third Boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the Man on Fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighter's Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus, making it do whatever Skullface wanted. Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the man on fire via the third boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Surat power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the man on fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing short of extraordinary. The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Blimey and Skullface. The third boy has probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kick-started the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower, due north of the Black Sea, 125 miles east of Kiev. Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up. The plane was enveloped in flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors, at least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgin was comatose. There, Volgin's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgin became the man on fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgin from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgin. Volgin, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well. But without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by anger, malice, revenge. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the man on fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications. Like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke. Or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall. Experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War. The boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery under other people's wills. Turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. And eventually the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that.
Stop blaming me.
Anger emanating from you. There's something he can truly
So it's my fault.
I finally had a decent draft of the lyrics, so I showed them to Professor Galvez first. He liked them. He said I had done a superb job capturing the sense of a young girl's troubled heart. There were one or two lines I thought needed brushing up, so although he said lyrics aren't my specialty at first, he gave me some advice. Everything he said made perfect sense.
Don't eat
when
yellow
I tried
snow.
putting in his changes, they made the song feel deeper, more sincere. That is the professor for you. He always has the answer. With the lyrics finished, I was ready to show Miller. He does not often take things seriously, but all of a sudden, he was saying, "Paz, you have the soul of an Enka songwriter." And I did not even listen to Enka all that much. Maybe I am pretty talented after all. But still, it took so much time to write the lyrics that there is hardly any time left to rehearse before Peace Day. The three of us rushed into the makeshift practice studio on Mother Base to see how we sounded together. Miller strummed away with a big smile on his face. I sang the main melody, and Professor Galvez improvised a backup melody. I know the professor is smart, but is there anything he cannot do? And Miller's guitar playing sounded a lot better now that he stopped.
Stand on one leg.
But I can hardly criticize his voice. I thought I had learned the song well enough listening to the tape as I wrote the lyrics, but I had trouble with the pitch and kept missing the rhythm. I have to practice, but there is almost no time left. It is just 3 days until Peace Day. Wait, I thought there were 3 days left before.
You did.
I went and checked today's date with Miller and the professor. The date has not changed. It is the same day. Something is strange. Am I reliving the same day?
Feeling hungry, old timer?
Old timer. I do not get hungry. No. But you have a new hamburger?
You guessed it. And this time we use lamb.
Lamb.
You're not a lamb kind of guy?
A hamburger is made of beef. Who ever heard of a hamburger without beef?
Yeah, but we gotta stay fresh. Stand out from our competition.
You're what?
Just give it a try.
If you say so. Not bad. But I cannot call this a hamburger.
I thought we were onto something this time. Maybe the problem is that it looks like a regular hamburger.
Why call it a hamburger if it's made from beef?
Much baggage.
Ham is from pig.
Just another burger. Let's see. Cotton candy to make it look like a sheep. Yeah.
Just a minute. You really think people would eat that? What is it you are planning? Are you using me? A taste tester? A one-man focus group?
Well, actually, I've already started. I got a place called Miller's Maxi Buns.
You are kidding me.
Well, to be honest, business hasn't been great. No one seems to like my, buns.
The Ocelot said Diamond Dog's budget did
Beef
not
burger.
add up. But you don't mean to tell me.
What? No. Our black budget's got it all covered. I'm not embezzling GMP or anything. Still, let's not say anything to Snake, okay?
Very well. However, Kazuhira, it takes more than premium ingredients and a clever recipe to satisfy the palate.
Okay, so what do we do?
The palate seeks one thing.
Cheese.
Chemical additives.
Chemical additives.
There is nothing mysterious or spiritual about good flavor. The tongue simply identifies specific amino acids, which the brain then recognizes as appealing. Therefore, all that is needed is to chemically isolate those amino acids and incorporate them into your products. To be clear, I speak of flavor. The rest is irrelevant.
That seems a little extreme.
Do not forget
cheese, a bit of salt, a bit of black pepper.
And using science for the benefit of others is a joy. In seeking coexistence with nature's blessings, not everything can remain in its natural form. When we fall ill, we must be treated. Otherwise, that very nature could cost us our lives. Agriculture is one of nature's many blessings. But through that process, we damage the surrounding vegetation.
Yeah. Whether it's a massive farm or a tiny field, we always leave our mark on the land.
The same is true of parasites. And for food preparation. If tapeworms in the raw meat of another animal enter the human body, they roam around trying to find their usual habitat. Sometimes even eating away at the brain in their confusion. So in looking through a scientific point of view, you see the necessity for processing food. Yes, it is also sometimes necessary to eliminate certain parasites, or selectively use or even modify others. Alternatively, we could say that if a man is part of nature, the work he does is also part of it. What is important is the balance.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, old-timer. You really opened my eyes.
It's just a burger.
I fooled myself into thinking people today wanted high-quality, all-natural goods. But my favorite burgers were never about that. What they want is something like the first burger I had in America when I went to meet my dad. A Frankenburger loaded with additives. That's the America I knew and loved. I'll be back in a jiffy, old-timer. My next burger's gonna knock your socks off.
Kazuhira, wait. What is important is how we balance the... Quick for a one-legged man. Frankenburger. What kind of a dive did your old man take you to?
Venison, horse meat.
Rise and shine, old-timer. It is complete. I had our best and brightest working overtime, fine-tuning the greatest burger the world has ever known. I call it the chemical burger.
What on earth is that color?
Now, don't judge a burger by its color. Go on, try it.
I am not very hungry.
What? Oh, I get it. Now, sure, it's loaded with additives, but each one's been approved by the WHO for human consumption. Come on, one little bite's not gonna kill you.
Are you sure of that? Fine.
Well, what do you think?
It's
orgasmic.
It is perfect.
Right.
This takes me back.
When Harry met Sally scene now.
The neon signs on
Yes.
the Mother
Yes.
Earth.
Yes.
Oh, I can see them now.
So, what do you think of our signs now? And it doesn't just taste great. You won't believe how cheap it is to make. And because it's pumped up with preservatives, it won't spoil easily in regions lacking refrigerated storage or transportation infrastructure. This bad boy could even solve Africa's hunger problem.
Excuse me?
People will no longer fight over food or find reason to hate one another. Mankind will come together, reunited between these fluffy buns. Forget Pax Americana. Say hello to Pax Hamburgana.
Pax Hamburgana.
Skullface thought that destruction was the way to free the peoples of the world from American imperialism. But this is different. Tackling something head-on just makes for more conflict. Only by uniting the world can its various inhabitants truly become free. Having lived as an American parasite as long as I have, I know what I'm talking about. The chemical burger is poised to be the greatest liberating force the world has ever known.
An ethnic liberator.
I want a chemical burger now.
Now all I need is a better brand image, starting with a name. I gotta run, old-timer. I'll catch you later.
Speaking of burgers, it's making me hungry. Fighting has broken out. Again.
Development project has been added.
Thank you.
Yoing.
Okey dokey, piddly pokey.
Please select a mission.
So we gotta do some of these now.
Unit function added.
Yeah, boy.
Has been added. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa.
Africa. I love gold. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to do now. Whether just do these side ups or repeat majority missions, but harder difficulty. Yeah. Weird. Watch, I might as well get them whilst I'm here.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Development complete.
Fire! Okay. Fire! Fire! Hey. Fire! Is she okay? Fire! Stay okay. Fire!
Guard post captured.
I'll take all your shit. Wah, wah, wah. Diamond. Well.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Thank you.
Beep beep.
Enemy presence detected. The map analysis
That's the
complete.
target.
You have arrived at your destination.
Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Alright, so I'm in Africa.
Marker placed.
Ow. Cloudy weather.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
That's alright. I'm alright.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Caution, rain approaching.
Shut up.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Ooh. You see nothing.
Sommige mensen meer in de grootbaas zelf is nu ontgif. Het is belachelijk. Maar het maakt zin.
Side ops list updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Thanks.
Boss, we have an emergency. There's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites on the base. Several men are dead. It started in the laboratory on the quarantine platform where the radiation leak occurred. I'd only just deployed the security team. I've sent in a rescue team to help, but they haven't returned. Boss, I need you on this. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
Right, Joe.
Here we go again. There's been another outbreak in the laboratory. The quarantine platform. We sent a team to investigate and recover the survivors, but they haven't returned.
There's nothing on the radio either. We got a backup team ready to go. Just give the order and
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you... There's no need for that.
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
We have no idea what's going on
Exactly. Anyone still alive's at their breaking point. Last thing we need is another unit storming in. No telling how they'd react.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. First off, check how much the infection has spread. Rescue comes next, after we know the situation.
Excuse me.
When you're ready to move, just use the iDroid.
To be continued.
Unit function added.
Failed? What do you mean failed?
We have no idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. We need more information. Find out what's going on, boss. Select the mission on your iDroid.
Okay.
Please select a mission.
Shining lights, even in dark, baby. Sorry, yes.
Boss, let's go over the situation again. We've got another parasite outbreak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform.
What is this? No idea.
Umbrella.
Damn it. What the?
Zombies.
We've sealed all the exits to keep it from spreading. No one's getting out. One of the researchers inside managed to isolate the parasite behind
Oh, my suit has changed.
Faxed over his findings. Code Talker's analyzing them now.
Why this new outbreak, despite our inoculation? This is still unclear. Introducing the Wolbachia to the infected prevented symptoms during the last epidemic. The parasites lodge in the victim's throat, forming a mating pair. But the Wolbachia turns the male to female.
Right, okay.
Two females can neither.
If I can, I shall.
That's why the rescue team went in with more Wolbachia. But the outbreak still isn't under control.
They should not be capable of laying eggs. Yet, we have a new outbreak. And the Wolbachia have no effect. I pray
Mutation.
this is not some new strain. If it is,
then someone may have brought it here. If there's a spy running around.
For now, we must focus on discerning the outbreak mechanism. The cases show another alarming new development. It is now even more difficult to tell who is infected. The eggs propagate out of sight. No external symptoms. One who appears healthy may be dying on the inside.
What the hell happened in there? Boss, I still can't raise the rescue team I sent in. We know how to proceed if we just knew how to ID the symptoms. Finding that out is part of your job in there.
Okay.
Excuse me. Yo. It's like E.T.
Hang on, Snake. We've just had a transmission from inside. Here's the audio.
It all makes sense now. I win.
Where's it coming from?
Unknown. It cut off before we could get a fix.
Typical.
All makes sense. Think he means the parasite? No way to know. But right now, that's all we've got. Hopefully he can tell us something. We'll have to close the tent behind you, boss. Don't think the infection's airborne, but... Find the source of that transmission, boss. Find our man.
You never know.
Okay.
Ooh, bloody hell.
What is it? Something sweet. I can smell it even through the mask. The rescue team reported that too. Said it smelled like ripe fruit.
We cannot allow the infection to spread. If anyone shows symptoms, you must put them out of their misery.
That includes me.
Bang. Game over. Resident Evil.
Guess the parasites killed him. Don't touch him. He's covered in blood.
Spooky. Oh, fucking hell. It shut me up.
Stay back! Stay back!
I think he's gone a bit loopy.
He's with the rescue team. And the guy from before.
Analysis complete.
Barry.
Boss, we might still be able to save these guys.
Oh.
But we need to... Was that more of the message? We'll try to clean it up.
I thought you told me to kill him. You kill him or what?
Why?
Oh.
I thought we could count on you, boss. Mission failed.
Well, you keep giving me these mixed messages.
Guess the parasites killed him. Don't touch him. He's covered in blood.
Stay back! Stay back!
Was that more of the message? We'll try to clean it up.
So dark.
The area beyond there is still under construction. another transmission. That door won't open. Must be locked from the inside. Could someone be in there? You'll just have to move on for now.
Step aside, boss. I just want to go outside. I can't die in this hell. I'm not infected. I can't be, right? If I am, I don't want to go out like this.
Okay then.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Ding ding ding.
The boss will come. Boss, it's you.
He's wearing a mask. He's part of the rescue team. Looks like he's not the one who sent the message. I'd like to hear what he has to say, but you need to keep going.
Analysis complete.
Sorry. Radio shut up when I fired when we entered. But I couldn't bring myself to shoot back. Like you said, boss. Never put a weapon in one of your own.
Analysis complete.
Sounds so creepy.
I have analyzed part of the data that was faxed out. It appears even those who barely spoke became symptomatic. This must be some kind of mutation.
Analysis complete. Has died. Analysis complete.
What are you doing?
Analysis complete.
Boss.
What the hell happened?
Oh.
At least you're okay.
What's going on?
I win. I'm no snail.
Damn it.
So he sent the transmission. Seems like he had a way of IDing who's symptomatic. But what was he trying to say? Snail. Yes, of course. It all makes sense now. Do not let anyone showing symptoms get outside. As infection progresses, it triggers an overwhelming urge to get out in the open. That's the parasite controlling them. Once outside, the birds will feed on infected bodies, spreading the parasite on land.
Okay.
The whole world will be infested.
Hello. Oh shit. Spartan rage. Oh fuck.
You have to shoot, boss. We can't let them outside.
Okay.
Damn it. We can't allow any changes individual settings. Shoot, Snake. That's it. That's good.
I'm sorry.
You still have those goggles. If you see a glow in someone's throat, that means they are infected. And all you can do is give them a quick death. He's infected. Kill him, boss. We can't save him now. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
What the hell? Nobody asked for your opinion. You expect me to just stand by and watch this?
Just a guess. I'm sorry.
You're insane, Snake. He was one of your men.
Shut up, you.
Said we're a family, or was it all lies?
Shut the fuck up, you.
Don't kill me! You're kidding, right?
Fucking hell. hell.
Shooting your own men. That's not the big boss I knew.
They're going outside! No, we're dead anyway!
I know, tell me about it, man.
Hang on, boss. Is he wearing a mask? He might not be infected. Examine him with those goggles. Carry the rescue team member to the exit. He's the only one not infected.
Map has been updated.
Thank you, boss.
Excuse me. Double check.
Got a survivor. Unlock the door. Wait. I don't think I made it after all.
What? You just checked him. Could it have progressed this quickly? Boss, take another look at him with the goggles. He is infected. I don't believe it.
Maybe I got in through my wounds. They're waiting now. All of them.
I'm sorry, boss.
Staff member has died.
Fucking hell, man. He looked a lot angry, and the thingy was longer, wasn't it? The shrapnel. PTSD. Jeez Louise. Yeah, no one's talking here. Damn, that was a bit dark. Yeah, cool. A bit close to that fire, mate. Surprised you're not going fucking hell.
We're all grateful, boss.
Get a tan from that. Devil's Horn. Reminds me of that film with Daniel Radcliffe.
What? He's right. I killed him with my own hands.
They were on your side. I'm on your side. And you turned them all to ashes.
Shoot him.
They wanted you to shoot. It was that or be burned alive. Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait.
Or is this where he puts it all over his face? Remember it in the trailers. Kratos moment.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea.
I will eat you.
Always be with you. Plant your roots in me. I won't see you end as ashes. You're all diamonds.
Shine bright like a diamond.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
Nice.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
Yeah, that can happen, guy. I mean, people
We are diamond dogs.
like doing that kind of thing, don't they? The end.
Mission list updated.
I don't know how you do it. All I could do was obsess over revenge, doubting my comrades along the way. But even after all we've accomplished, the phantom pain never let up. If anything, it just got worse. But you understood that from the start, didn't you? From the moment
I didn't see it, no, missed it.
You knew it wouldn't go away. That you've been fighting the pain and confronting your phantoms the whole time. Knowing full well the battle would never end, not till the day you die. I respect that now, more than ever. It's an honor and a privilege, Big Boss.
Probably. Well, it should do.
12 hours after exposure to the blood of a symptomatic colleague, I found myself making my way up the stairs to this room. And I am not alone. Everyone who's infected, we've all come up here wanting to get outside. I know full well I mustn't leave, given the possibility I'm infected. Yet, I can't contain this urge I feel inside me.
Honey.
Like the alcoholic who tries to make any excuse for one more drink. Every step I took up those stairs filled me with this sense of bliss. I still have all my wits about me. It took no time at all to rewire the electronic lock and open the emergency exit. Then, just as I was about to set foot outside, I finally realized what was going on. This desire for freedom is not my own, but that of the vocal cord parasites inside me. They want the ravens to feed on us, pecking us to death, attracted by these sweet secretions. They have mutated to facilitate this. The sweet smell is powerful enough to attract even a species with such a weak nose. So, before the parasites take complete control, I must. Most of the staff in here are already infected. At least, everyone I've looked at is. Infection with this parasite causes a high fever in the pharynx. I have modified a pair of night vision goggles to react only to this temperature range. With these goggles, you can identify who is infected. Other infected will, like me, feel compelled to make it outside. If the ravens get their meal, they'll head for land next. That cannot be allowed to happen.
The whole idea of the vocal cord parasites was that they'd only copulate once exposed to a specific language over time. But the parasites infecting our men in the laboratory laid their eggs straight away. The larvae were eating their lung tissue almost immediately.
Yeah.
What kind of mutation was it?
Those who were infected and cured still carried the vocal cord parasites in their throats. They were still there, but the males had been rendered female by the Volbachia, and copulation could not occur. So we thought, but it is the Volbachia that mutated.
Not the parasites?
You remember I told you the Wolbachia attempts to maximize its number of female infected hosts?
Yes, hence the male-to-female transformation.
Precisely. But other Wolbachia strains use different methods. Cytoplasmic incompatibility, killing the males, and parthenogenesis.
Parthenogenesis? Aphids? Aphids use that to reproduce via females only.
Very good. The females lay their eggs without a male present, creating clones of themselves in explosive numbers. Parthenogenesis was originally a means for an organism to take maximum advantage of abundant resources by increasing its numbers. Certain strains of Wolbachia force this to occur, to create more and more infected females.
And that's why our men develop symptoms in the blink of an eye.
Wolbachia, causing parthenogenesis, is common in parasitic wasps. Of course, the Wolbachia I introduced to you men did not have this characteristic, but I believe the mutation, whatever it was, caused it to force parthenogenesis in its host, the vocal cord parasites. The Wolbachia we used to prevent egg laying became the agent of limitless reproduction.
There's something else. The symptomatic infected in the laboratory all wanted to get outside, even knowing there was napalm waiting for them out there. You said the parasites made them act that way, but parasites controlling humans. Is it possible?
Parasites altering the host's behavior is a common occurrence in the world of nature. Long ago, the vocal cord parasites had this ability, but even I never foresaw they might control humans. Until I heard the things your man said.
You mean the researcher on the top floor? The bit about, I'm not a snail?
Yes. Among parasitic worms, there is a genus called Leucochloridium that uses snails as intermediary hosts. As you know, snails prefer dark, gloomy environments. But once parasitized by Leucochloridium, they desire to be in the light. And that is not all. The parasitic worms thrust themselves into the snail's antennae, making them swell to abnormal size. The snail, meanwhile, frantically wiggles its antennae as the parasites squirm inside. The swollen, wriggling antennae soon resemble caterpillars.
I don't get it.
It is so they can be eaten by birds. Leucochloridium needs a bird as its definitive host. To breed, they require their snail host to be snapped up by a predator. So they make the humble snail appear to be a delicious caterpillar and lead it to somewhere in open sight.
So you mean the staff trying to get outside
was so the birds could pick at them. The parasites altered their mental state, making them crave higher places and to be outdoors. I can only surmise that both the Wolbachia and the parasites mutated. Before the ancestors of the vocal cord parasites infected humans, their hosts were birds. What we saw in the laboratory was some throwback to that time. The parasites attempting to make birds their intermediary hosts.
It sounds insane.
A praying mantis that is host to a parasitic hairworm will dive into water and drown itself, just so the hairworm can lay its eggs in water. Rats infected with Toxoplasma gondii lose their instinctive caution and run right up to cats. Just some of the many ways parasites control the host.
But we're humans. Surely our minds are too complex for that.
I thought just the same. Free will is what makes us human, so it never occurred to me that the parasites could be controlling the symptomatic. But the mood, the will of a person can be easily affected by the balance of their cerebral substances. Take the toxoplasma I mentioned. It does infect humans, and it is thought the infected develop a more reckless attitude.
But to think that mutations occurred in both the Wolbachia and its parasite hosts...
Your observation is most apt. Both mutations occurring at once indicates the presence of a powerful mutagen.
I see. Keep working on narrowing down what it was. Well, Doctor, I have the report on the incident at the quarantine facility. Assuming the vocal cord parasite underwent a mutation. The only plausible explanations are exposure to some high-concentration mutagen or radiation. As you know, some of the staff at the quarantine facility were infected with the parasites. The Wolbachia prevented them from copulating, but the parasites themselves can't be removed from their host's vocal cords. Once you're infected with Skullface's parting gift, you're stuck with it. The researchers regularly used X-ray equipment to monitor the parasites in their throats. No problem there, they kept a close eye on the radiation doses. But that equipment didn't just give off X-rays. It was also emitting beta rays. Even though that's unnecessary for the scans. See, beta rays have far worse effects on DNA than X-rays. Meaning the only logical conclusion is that someone added in a beta ray emitter to trigger a mutation. Those beta rays leaked out from inside the equipment. Because the emitter was retrofitted, the shielding was inadequate. And the person who ordered and inspected the equipment was you, Doctor. That makes you the only person with the opportunity to install that emitter.
So now you're saying I sabotaged medical equipment for some wild plan to make the vocal cord parasite kill everyone?
Or maybe you thought it'd reveal a way to treat the parasite without using the Wolbachia. With that much to barter, I suppose some people would welcome even a pathetic cur like you.
Just stop it!
You'd have no shortage of buyers, but most would be happy with just the parasite. You wouldn't need to offer anything else. However, if that buyer already knew about the parasite, they'd also know that by itself, it's no longer the ultimate bargaining chip it once was. To sell to that buyer, you need to throw in a bonus. A way to one-up it. There's only one buyer who'd be after that.
Emmerich, we record all communications on Mother Base. That includes radio transmissions to and from homemade devices. You've been in frequent contact with people in America. A private biotech company. A client of which is DARPA. And they are connected to Cypher. You made a deal with Cypher. You offered them a new parasite in exchange for your safety. This is the only place in the world where the vocal cord parasite still exists. And you used it as a testing ground. Tried to resurrect their bioweapon. But your plan to obtain the parasite has failed. Your bullshit ends now. And don't think you're leaving here alive.
Ooh. Shit's gonna hit the fan, boy.
Please select a landing zone.
Well, there's a huge difference between him and Hal, isn't there? Tell you. Wow, 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 wow. Indeed, man.
Boss, welcome back. Boss.
Boss. Ooh, bad.
Staff assigned. Please specify project.
Please specify a project.
Ooh, hello. God damn it. Rocket arm. Damn.
Please specify project.
Please specify a project.
Please specify a project.
Nice.
Please specify a project.
How do you fuck off with that?
Please select landing zone.
Roger.
Roger that, Captain.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Clouds approaching.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Yoing.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan.
It's not the same. She needs to show her boobies. I'm sorry, it's the man in me. A sucker for boobies. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
I'll try.
Marker placed.
Marker placed. So the best route is to go
Ow. yes it is. It is 2:25 in the morning.
Put to sleep, for fuck's sake. There we go. Nice.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added. Marker placed.
Ow. Go down. Ow.
Shortcut.
Oh, really? Can I just climb up?
I wanna climb. Spider-Man style.
Really?
Fuck's sake. I'll do Jason. Doing too bad. What about you?
Ow.
Need to run away. I can see your mum. Pocket. Parents, eh? Definitely not in there.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Let's do action.
Crap. Wrong weapon. Burke. Gotta be in there, isn't it? Woohoo.
Fire!
Where go? Ah, shit. Enemy chopper! Fucking good. Fuck that. I was already in there.
Extraction arrived in the base. Please select support helicopter.
Roger.
Hello. Bye.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Motherfucker.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Cover fire. In hot. Prioritizing elimination of enemy threats. Target acquired. In hot. In hot. Watch out, boss.
Oh.
B-Quad is in hot. Find cover. Target acquired. In hot.
Huh.
In hot. Watch out, boss.
Extraction arrived in the guard post captured.
This is B-Quad. No targets remaining. Ending attack run and we'll stand by at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Ooh.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
Shower.
Boss, now our guys. Thank you for what you did for the diamonds.
Yeah, alright, sir.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched.
Unit dispatched.
Staff assigned. Please specify a project. Please specify a project.
I want my bandana, goddammit.
Please supplies requested. Supply drop complete. Specify a project.
It is pretty unique, after all.
Yeah, I was confused by a lot of things at first, but I feel welcome.
Well, that's what counts, right? Nobody here treats you differently based on your color or country. In that respect, very open-minded.
Yeah, I don't know what the future holds. For now, hold on steady.
Glad you're there. Looking forward to working with you.
Same here.
Please landing zone.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Yoing.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa.
Right guys, I think this will be a good part to end it here. But yeah, it does look as though I need to do these side ops and possibly the rest of the extreme missions to progress, but we'll just have to wait and see. But I do hope you have enjoyed this part of Metal Gear, so feel free to like, comment, share and subscribe. Helps me out a lot. Be sure to give us a follow on the socials. And if you do want to help support the channel, click the join and become a member. And also hit the super thanks. I shall catch you later, Jason, and Lewis, and everyone else who's been watching. So for now, it's been HatCHeTHaZ. Hope you enjoyed again. See you soon with a new video.